Now, who said that you cannot be in two places at once? Good afternoon to those of you in the virtual world. Welcome to the live broadcast of the Bethel High School's annual Sports Meet 2025. We're here in the beautiful Victoria Park, where a lot of sporting activities happen. And of course, if you've been keeping up with the sports season for this year, you would have seen that we have had quite a few right here at Victoria Park. My name is Crystal of VC3 TV channel 114. Don't forget to subscribe and follow. And of course, we're going to be witnessing some greatness on the track. I see the Red Cross is already here. The athletes are here. I see a few parents in the stands. So for those of you who are not here as yet and you're watching the live, there's still time to come down. It's a bit sunny, which is a good thing. We're happy for the sun. We don't need any rain this afternoon. So there's still time for you to come and support the students, support your past houses. Speaking of which, give them some love in the live. Red, yellow, blue, and green. Yes, I'm correct, because some schools have 3. All right, so give them some love, share the live, comment. Let's get things going. Behind me, what is actually happening is the starting ceremony. So they will have had the prayer, the anthem, and of course they're going to wrap up with the athlete's oath. I'm not seeing them starting off with a march past. I'm not sure if that's coming, but stay tuned for the races. The usual short, middle, and long distance, plus the relays. Commentators will be joining you as well. So don't forget to share live, and welcome.
Miss SVG 2024 is
Zeta Stevens.
Miss KCCU. Saturday, March 1st, the Community Health and Fitness Club of Mustique present Zumba Health and Fitness Walk. The walk will begin in front of Peacemo, straight onto the Calico playing field from 3:30 p.m. to 6:30 in the evening. Your instructors, Delon Sam of DS Fitness Club and Kimo Ashton of EFG Fitness Club. T-shirts are $55 and you can call and register at 495-2620 or 593-3564 and 528-9903. Music by Chemical X. Will be free. Blood pressure tested. So remember, Saturday, March 1st, get ready to walk. It's Zumba Health and Fitness Walk. We walk from Peacemo to Calico playing field. Sponsored by Tito's Concierge Canoa, Subway, Zest Cola, and Island Sips Water.
Take a deep breath. Breathe. Can you feel it? The air in your lungs. The essence and spirit of life in the air. This is paradise.
I will never let you down again.
Hello, I am Ronnie Brown, Special Projects Coordinator of Vincent K. Phil. Today, I'm standing at the School for Children with Special Needs, where we just teamed up with Vincent Mona and Vincent St. Augustine to make a donation of some school supplies for the School for Children with Special Needs. As a society, sometimes we tend to isolate people and children with disabilities, and it's important that we remember, not because someone has a disability, that they are a less functional member of society. It is also important that we try to cultivate a sense of belonging for people, especially children with disabilities, expose them to social opportunities that every other child will have.
Well, a typical day, the students come to school. Most times we offer them breakfast. There's a sponsor who usually sponsors us, getting the ingredients for us to really make breakfast for them. So most of them come looking forward for that breakfast because we know most of them come from a background that, a social economic status that really doesn't cater to that. So when they come, we give them breakfast, and then school starts at 8:45 a.m. They go into their classrooms. In my classroom, I normally start with soccer time. And that's the time we usually go, who is at school today, the days of the week, and all of that. Just for them to get their personal information out, for them to know the days of the week, because that's another thing. Many of them come to school not knowing what today is, what tomorrow will be. So I normally start with circle time. After that, we go into a little math. As much as we have students here with disabilities, we still have to do the academics. It's not the rigorous academics that you would find in the primary school. We adopt it as much as possible for them to fit their individual needs. So we will do math, and then we go into language, because we have to also give them a little time to breathe. So sometimes we will do some free play for them to just recuperate and, get those cognitive skills going once more. There's no perfect class. With the disabilities we have here, we have children who have autism, we have intellectual disability coupled with Down syndrome. They're not grouped with according to their disability, they're really grouped according to their ability. So if we figure we can have students who can read at a certain level, who are able to manage this, who are able to communicate, because we have some students that are non-verbal as well. and they're in a class that has others who are speaking. So we kind of group them for them to come out of their shell a little bit and, you know, learn some new vocabulary and actually be able to speak. So they're grouped, yes. We're looking at the age. So we take age into a factor. We take age into a factor. We take the disability into a factor. But those are not the only circumstances. Those are not the only things that we look at. So it's really broad. So you'll find some students who are 8, some who are 10, and then some who are not really versed in the academics, but the social skills as well, because you have to look at the social skills. Well, they leave here at the age of 21. We'll know that they have successfully passed and be able to move on. Sometimes they leave here without really having the academics, but we look at the skills as well. So there's a woodwork shop downstairs. If we know that you're not able to do the academics, then you learn a skill. There's agriculture. We had the agriculture going on there, but the soil is not really that good, and sometimes when we plant, the produce die. But we make sure that when you leave, you're leaving with a skill, you're leaving being independent than when you first came.
Today, I really hope that this project inspires someone else to donate, especially to someone with a disability.
Are getting ready to start the first race. It's the 800 meters intermediate girls. Then they're going to move on to the intermediate boys, then the senior girls and senior boys. All right. Following that, there'll be a medal presentation: 100 meters, 400 meters, 4x1, and I see some entertainment. And we're going to update you during the course of the afternoon because I don't want you to miss the start of the race. All right. So stay tuned for more and let's get some running going.
I just had roast chicken. He said, yeah. All right, we're here live at the Bethel High School Inter-House Championship.
There's 4 houses.
1, 2, 2.
Yeah. All right. So everybody can hear me, right?
Yeah, that's a bit better.
All right. Yeah.
So we're here live at the Bethel High School Inter-House Championship. Thank you for joining us. If you're hearing my voice, we're here to see if Jack House, Finley House, Anderson House, or if Williams House will take the championship this year. So we're about to kick things off with the 800 meter intermediate girls or class 2 girls event. This is our first event for the day. There should be about 2 laps around the park.
Yeah.
All right. It's little. It's some really little. So on the starting line, we have for Williams House, we have Dana. So we have Dana Williams, I believe, for Williams House. We have Junette Kane for Jack House. We have Myra Campbell representing Jack House as well. We have Sorella representing Anderson House. Kershaw representing Anderson House. Angeline for Finley House. And Alia representing Finley House as well. Please forgive me for I cannot identify the other Williams House athletes. I was just told that it's Destiny Peniston. So we have Destiny Peniston representing Williams House as well. If you're joining us, we just began things here. We have not quite started as yet, but you're just on time as the first event of the day is about to go down right here at the Victoria Park playing field for the Bethel High School Inter-House Championship. As stated earlier, this event will be 2 laps around the park, and we have our class 2 girls, or intermediate girls as some may know it as, on the start line. Our athletes are stretching. They're a bit anxious, and I could understand why, for it's the first event of the day. The points standing thus far for this Inter-House Championship are as follows. In 4th place, we have Williams House with a total of 537 points. In 3rd, we have Anderson House with 592 points. Finley House with 690 points. And we have Jack House leading by a total of 42 points with 732 points. These are quite close, so who's going to take it home today? That's the question we all want to know. If you're an alumni, if you're a passerby, stop by at the Victoria Park because it's about to go down. Parents, if you're wrapping up at work, you should get down here as quickly as possible because your children, your ward, they're about to display their talent here at the Victoria Park playing field. I could just imagine the tension in the staff room leading up to this event. The points are so close. It's anybody's game today. Who are you repping? Are you repping Williams House, Anderson House, Finley House, or Jack House? Tell us in the live. Tell us. Who are you repping? I could just imagine the anxiety of the athletes at the starting line. They've they've been there for about 3 to 5 minutes now, so the nerves are real. It's looking a bit grey over in Beckway. I hope that the clouds stay down that end so that we can have a rain-free sporting event today. I see the officials at the finishing slash starting line for some events. We have the entrance of some very special guests here at the park. I believe that the goats want to take part in this race. They just made their exit. Feeling the house that athletes are not making some noise. It looks like we're into some action now. I believe we're receiving a signal that the event is about to begin. Unfortunately, that cloud did not stay in Beckway as the rain is now approaching the Victoria Park. We'd just like to give a shout out to our sponsors, the St. Vincent Brewery Limited, ECGC, GECU, Digicel, KFC, and the BHS Past Student Association. On behalf of the Bethel High School, we'd like to thank them for making this event possible.
Saturday, March 1st, the Community Health and Fitness Club of Musty present Zumba Health and Fitness Walk. The walk will begin in front of Peacemo, straight onto the Calico playing field from 3:30 p.m. to 6:30 in the evening. Your instructors, Delon Sam of DS Fitness Club and Kimo Ashton of EFG Fitness Club. T-shirts are $55 and you can call and register at 495-2620 or 593-3564 and 528-9903. Music by Chemical X. Will be free. Blood pressure testing. So remember, Saturday, March 1st, get ready to walk. It's Zumba Health and Fitness Walk. We walk from Peacemo to Calico playing field. Sponsored by Tito's Concierge Canawan, Subway, Zest Cola, and Island Sips Water.
Miss SVG, 2024 is
Zeta Stevens.
Miss KCCU.
And we can see the athletes and the officials are heading back onto the field. So we know that it's about to get heated here at the Victoria Park. So we're here live at VC3. The athletes are getting on their mark. And they're off for the 800-meter Class 2 girls event, the first event for the day here at the Bethel High School Inter-House Championship.
And as we can see, each house is represented by 2 athletes, which is very good. So the chances for each house is very, very, very good, a 50-50% chance.
The athletes are running quite steady. We have Myra Campbell of Jack House out front, followed closely by Aliyah of Finley House. But of course, Destiny is not letting Aliyah out of her sight as she is right on her heel. It's still early for this event. It's still early in this event. They have another lap and a piece to go. So it's anybody's race at this point. Myra seems to be extending her lead here as she has picked up her pace a bit. It looks like Destiny is on a mission here as she surpasses Angelina of Finley House, charging towards Aliyah. We have some action here by Sorella. Is she challenging Angeline? They're just about 50 to 80 meters out from the finish line, and Myra is still picking up speed. This one looks like it's been carved out. Myra Campbell is still charging toward the finish line.
As the bell rings for the final lap, you see that Jack House is still in front and she's going quite strong, followed by Finley House, and we have Anderson House right behind Finley House.
And we have Sorella of Anderson charging toward Aliyah. Her strides are looking quite strong. Would she give her some challenge here? As we have heard that she is the stronger distant athlete here at the Bethel High School. And I told you it would be an action-packed day here at the Victoria Park. We're already off to a great start. Sorella is definitely challenging Aliyah.
And we have Jack House finishing first, followed by Finley House. Then we have Anderson House.
We have Kershaw of Anderson House just crossing the line. So that's Jack, Finley, Anderson, Anderson, Finley. We see some action here from Dana of Williams House as she challenges Jeanette. But would Jeanette accept defeat? I think not. Jeanette charges towards the finish line. So it's Jack, Finley, Anderson, Anderson, Finley, Jack, Williams, and Williams.
They'll have one more athlete to finish the race as she is currently walking. And this live this afternoon is sponsored by VC3.
We have some strides here from the Williams House athlete as she finishes strong. You just witnessed the first event of the Bethel High School Inter-House Championship here at Victoria Park. You're about to witness the second event here at the Victoria Park for the Bethel High School Inter-House Championship. We have the Class 2 boys here at the start of this event. This is about 2 laps around the park with about 150 meters extra. At the start line, we have Malachi Hepburn of Jack House, Algie Chance of Jack House, Sowanje Haksha of Anderson House, Sovano Bino of Anderson House as well,
And the race is off.
So Dario and Sheldon for Williams House. And Nicklan and Carlos representing Finley House. It seems as though the athletes are pairing up in this Class 2 event. We have Jack Anderson, Carlos from Finley House, along with Nicklan pairing up. We have Algie Chance of Jack House maintaining that first position, closely followed by Malachi, but they're being challenged currently by Carlos of Finley House. And the strides are picking up. These young men mean business here on this track. We must commend these athletes as they're running in rain at this present time, but they're not giving up.
Remember the past students at
the athletes are just on the last lap here at the Victoria Park, and Malachi
of Jack House has taken the lead, followed closely by LJ.
So it's
House
Jack
well.
versus Jack. And I see
Jack
the athlete telling them, let me go. So it's LJ said, nah. LJ is practically sprinting at this point in time.
You can see that, and he's extending his lead.
And we hear the athletes close by chanting.
And he has finished in the first position, followed by Jack again. We have Finley coming in third. Anderson in fourth position.
Anderson again. I told you these athletes were pairing up. Williams and Williams.
And Finley in the cello position.
I wonder if Finley know that he just walked across the finish line and Williams pass him. I know he won't be happy to hear that.
No.
So we have the senior girls 800 meter here. I wonder which of these athletes will be dropping a bomb here on the track.
And we see that yellow house, which is Anderson House, is the only house that is represented by one athlete.
Abby Edwards is the name of that athlete. I wonder if she's going to medal in this event because they need to secure as much points as possible as they have one athlete in this race. They're at the start line.
The rain is not letting up at all.
And neither is the athlete.
That's right.
After that, the senior boys 800 meters. So 800 meters, senior girls finals, and then senior boys 800 meters finals. Yeah.
What do you think? The athletes look a bit comfortable?
I think
nervous?
So. Not really. I don't think they look nervous at all.
I think they were bothered by the rain and the hair.
And the hairstyle. But they look quite ready for this event.
Abby means business as she folds her hand there on the starting line.
Probably a bit cold.
Let's see who's going to take this one. I know I would be cold out there on the track. And the race is off. The 800 meter senior girls event. The third event for the day. And we have Jack House pairing up again. Closely followed by Doriel or Dory.
Do you think that is Jack House technique for this afternoon, a strategy?
I wonder. They seem to be, doing this for all of the events.
All of the events.
But Doriel said, no, I ain't allowing all this so easy.
As she follows closely behind, we have Doriel of Finley House. We have Williams following right behind Finley House. We have Abby of Anderson House, followed by Finley and Williams.
So just to put a name to the athletes, we have Brianna out front, Natalia following closely behind Brianna, Doriel in third position. Well, not third anymore.
Not third anymore.
I tell you, Doriel means business here.
Well, let us not say second either as she push passes.
Oh
Brianna.
boy. Doriel say, I'll have to work for this. Behind Natalia, we have Khadija of Anderson House, followed by Abby, Jovicia, and Danet. The Finley House athlete is extending her lead.
Right, so Shirley Was green. Jack House. And then Jack House. Williams. Anderson. And Williams.
As we hear somebody close by asking Abby, was that one? That's the Anderson House athlete. As we know, she's the only Anderson athlete in this race, so she needs to shake up herself, as young people say. You see the athlete saying that her chest is giving her issues, but she's on her last lap. I don't believe she would give up at this point in time.
I don't think so at all. Let us see if Doriel of Findlay House can maintain her league as she touches her chest, as if she's in a bit of discomfort.
And would the athletes realize and take advantage of this moment as well? That's the question we have to ask, because Doriel looks determined to finish this one and in first place.
Determined.
We have Natalia comfortably in third position, but would she be challenged? I see Abby making some strides around the bend. I don't think Williams will hold up on this one, you know. Abby is charging after them. Doriel is almost at the finish line, still with a lead. I don't think anybody is catching Doriel at this point in time, chest pain or not. Some newfound energy here from Jovicia, the other Finley athlete. And as I told you, look out for that Abby. She's charging, passing the Williams House athlete now. And she's going to challenge Natalia.
In first position, we have...
I told you that athlete must medal today because she knows that she's the only Anderson athlete in this race.
Doriel of Findlay House, followed by Brianna of Jack House.
And finishing strong, we have Abby in third position of Anderson House. Natalia finishing in fourth of Jack House. And Danette in a close fifth for Williams House. Khadija finishing comfortably for Williams House as well. And in the cellar position, we have Jovicia of Finley House. Never mind that, because they placed first in this race.
And the Senior Boys 800 event is about to start. Well, it has started. And we have Williams currently.
Jumping out to an early lead, very early lead.
Very early and strong.
Very. I mean, at these events, this is when you get to see the quality athletes, you know. The quality athletes, those who are training, those who have some form of training in them, and those footballers as well.
And those who used to run in primary school and still feel that they can run without training. So you have
That's how it goes sometimes, you know. So out front we have Williams House.
Then
Right, so it's Williams House and a close tussle between all three houses. That's Williams,
Finley,
and Jack.
and Williams. So we have Williams, which is Denver Williams of Williams House.
Wow, Williams of Williams House. Interesting. So, what I want to know, right, from you as a teacher, how is it that Jack House has never been able to attain this, you know, the championship in the last 10 years?
Well, you see, I'm a recent teacher,
Mhm.
but I'm also a past student, and I was in Finley House, and we have always dominated. So if we don't win this year, look forward for us taking it back next year.
Okay. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued because, as we know, Bethel is basically the trendsetters for night sports, evening sports in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Not basically, we are.
Well, yeah, definitely.
We are the trendsetters.
And the thing is, it's an event that I look forward to, and we come into the final lap of this, the 800 meter senior boys.
And it's too early to call it because all of the athletes are running really, really close and really, really
very
well.
strong, yes.
And we have Finley House taking the lead, not by much. We can't even self-call second or third.
Definitely, you have to wait until they go to the home straight. As they go around this final bend, heading to the home straight, it's Finley, and Williams.
And
Look at Williams.
Williams, and there he goes.
And he's making
challenging
a move.
Shaquille, and we see that the blue athlete has
went down,
fallen.
but it's
Finley House.
Wow.
Williams
That is a
House.
finish.
We have Kelroy Lewis of Jack House.
That is a finish.
Followed by Shaquille.
That's Williams.
Williams, Anderson, and the Finley athlete has gotten back up and he's walking. I think he's a bit upset.
I think it has a lot to do with the track surface, the grass, and even, you know,
the closeness in which they were running.
Exactly. These races are not run in lanes. They're what we call scratch races.
And that is our best distant athlete that dropped out of the race.
Oh, wow.
So I can imagine how he's feeling right now.
Yeah, I would have definitely felt away, even as the housemaster. I would have been kicking myself right now because to lose your best athlete in a race like this, it shows in the points.
And being the best, you know, you have something to prove.
Exactly.
Right.
And I'm sure even the school would feel away too because, I mean, inter-school is coming up. And I guess you guys take your qualifiers from the sports. So that's your best distance athlete out of the 800 for inter-school. That's very unfortunate. But
as you see, we still have some
very strong athletes.
Very
strong athletes indeed. I'm looking forward to the 100 meter series. I'm looking forward to it.
Definitely looking forward to the 100 meters. As we have the 100 junior girls already lined up, just waiting for the signal.
Yep, they're almost
ready to start.
They are getting ready to go under the starters' orders. And quite a number of athletes from, I think this is Jack House, Greenhouse,
yes, man.
in this race.
Plenty Jack House athletes is there.
So I might end up eating my words. Jack might actually win this one today.
Jack might actually win this one today.
But it's early days yet, and we're here at the Bethel High School Sports 2025. And I'm loving every minute of this because we just came off of our sports last week, Wednesday, at the J.P. Eustace Memorial Secondary School. And I'm also looking forward to all the because we know Bethel in that as well.
Yes, please. We will be there. We will be ready. We have Ophelia Williams of Finley House, Cornelia James of Williams House, Kiana Samuel of Jack House, Winter Matthews of Anderson House, Urana Campbell of Jack House, Sushani Roberts of Finley House, Erica De Freitas of Jack, Kiniki Bess of Jack House, Devani Kane of Williams House, and Tiana May of Findlay House.
And of course, when it comes down to these races, which are run in lanes, the fastest times will be in the center of the track. So keep your eyes on lanes 3, 4, and 5. These are the faster times and the faster qualifying times. You know, I am actually nervous for the athletes, you know.
I just been nervous for 100 because you can't really call it.
Exactly.
Because anything can happen.
I mean, 100 meters typically, let's say 15-second race for juniors.
Right.
15 seconds. You know, and I mean, you can't even blink in the 15 seconds properly because by the time you do so, the race gone. We see the intermediate girls making their way over, and the junior boys are trying to keep themselves occupied. They're under the starters' orders.
And we're hoping that despite the grass being wet, that all athletes get to perform their best.
Definitely. We see the officials. That looks like that's Mr. Wiley down there. Always an animated character.
Definitely.
And the starter, that looks like that's Gart Dishong, Mr. Dishong. No, you can't tell. I can't even see him from here, but it looks like him. Of course, we say thank you to VCP for this live. All right, here we go. So we have Jack, Findlay, Williams, Anderson, Findlay, and Jack. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, the ones to watch are those in the center of the track who would have come in with the fastest qualifying times.
I think the girls look quite relaxed.
They do. But the young lady in lane 1, she's already on her mark.
She's ready for the race to begin.
It's an early evening here. We're in Victoria Park, ladies and gentlemen. If you're at home, make your way down. It's not too late. We have just arrived at the 100-meter events. We have a long evening ahead, a very long evening ahead filled with action. So, all come down to Victoria Park. Let's have some good, clean fun and enjoy some proper top-notch athletics. As the Bethel High School prime up for Interschool 2025. And of course, all Hollywood's. Yes. You know, if this MC continues talking about food, she's going to get me really hungry. I'm sorry, but anytime I hear foods that I like, I start getting hungry, and I show the athletes feeling hungry too.
I think we are cousins because I'm feeling a bit hungry myself.
Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, it's it's the weather bipolar, but we're going to have some good fun, definitely. All of the athletes have made their way over to the start. The officials at the finish line. And the anticipation, the nerves, you could see the nerves in some of the athletes. And they're on their marks. The official, they're just making sure that everyone is behind the line. And away they go. Already jumping. Oh, there was a false start?
Yes, there was a bit of a false start. So the junior 100-meter girls who are taking part in this event has been called back to the starters line.
Usually in the inter-school secondary sports, we actually see a disqualification for false starts or false starts as we know them. Let's hope that's not the case. No, it's not. So they're all back under the starters order.
And the race is off.
And we're cleanly this time. And like I said, in the middle of the track. In the middle of the track.
And we have Ophelia of Findlay House looking to take the first position, followed by Red. We have Anderson. We have Jack, sorry. We have Jack in third position.
That was a very well-run race, but I think the athlete from Jack had run out of a lane. It looks that way. I would have to say, I would love to see a replay. I would love to see the replay. But Ophelia, what's her surname?
Ophelia Williams.
Williams of
Findlay
House took that race from the very start. And
as you
finished.
said, she had one of the best lanes.
Definitely. Once you are in the middle of the track, that means you had the fastest time. And she proves that with a very good performance, despite the track being wet. It was a very good performance. They will put them into order. The persons at the finish line will put them in order, give them their times, and of course, we will eventually see some point updates. Speaking of points, who is in the lead at this moment? I don't know the
Jack
points.
House. We have Jack House in the lead, followed by Finley closely behind.
It shows. It definitely
then we
shows.
have Anderson and we have Williams.
Okay. So basically, you're saying it's a war between blue and green this afternoon.
Definitely a war between blue and green.
And from the races I've seen so far, it actually shows in the number of athletes from both of those houses.
And this live is brought to you by Visitri Bethel High School Annual Athletic Sports Championship. So you still have time to make it down to the Victoria Park to witness the annual athletics championship for Bethel High School, which is brought to you live by VC3.
Definitely. And VC3 has been doing tremendous work where it concerns track and field and sporting in SVG and culture as well. So thank you to VC3 for providing another top-of-the-line service. I apologize for the little phone call about a minute ago. People calling and asking, why, how's sports looking? How's sports looking?
Sports looking good. Make
sports
your way down
to
good. Victoria Park.
Make your way. And yeah, Mr. Da Silva over echoing the same thing. VC3, the Vincentian Cultural Connection Challenge, if I recall correctly. VC3 TV for you. We see an athlete about to practice his run out. These are the junior boys. We
have Liz Roy, Dowers of Jack House, Roshane Samuel of Findlay House, Marcus Williams of Anderson House, Mahaney Muckett of Anderson House, Darrell Laborde of Findlay House, Usain Trimmingham, almost said both, Usain Trimmingham of Findlay House, Fitzroy Prince of Findlay House, Tyler Jennings of Jack, KLM Jansu of Jack House, and we have Lancelot Douglas of Anderson House.
And the person with the fastest time is Liz Roy Dowers of Jack House. he will be running in lane 4. Following which we have Roshane Samuel and Marcus Williams. Those are the 3 fastest times. So let's see what's gonna happen here. I'm fascinated by the name Usain. I'm very fascinated by the name Usain. When you said Usain, I was about to say Bolt. Definitely was about to say Bolt, and they're under the starters' orders. On their marks.
And we have some excited spectators.
We have a bit of a false start as well, so the athletes are back up.
Yeah, we have a bit of a shake on the start, and that would be attributed to the talking on the loudspeakers while when the athletes are on the keep getting cut off. When the athletes are on the mark, you're not supposed to be talking. Look at that in lane 8. Lane 8, but he's being caught. Look at this.
We have Jack
Look
House.
at this.
We have Jack House first. We
It's
have Finley.
in second. The rest would have to be a photo finish, but Jack and Finley. Jack and Finley taking that one by storm. But I'm actually surprised with the athlete on the outside. He had the best start out of the bunch, but he was caught about 50 meters into the race, and that makes for some fascinating, exciting competition here at the Bethel High School Sports 2025.
And based up on the lineup that we see going over, it's Jack, Finley, Anderson, Jack, Finley.
Jack and Finley again. Yes, this has been the 100-meter junior boys. Ladies and gentlemen, if this is not exciting enough to listen to us on the live, come down in Park. Come down to Victoria Park. You have nothing to lose. What are the prices at the gate?
The prices at the gate are $5 and $10.
All right.
But $10 is being paid after 5 o'clock. So if you come now, before 5, you pay $5 to come in.
Got you. Right now we await the start of this intermediate girls 100-meter race. Now in this race we have Aliyah Samuel, Finley House. Well, I'm looking at the wrong thing. That's the seniors, my bad. So Myra Campbell, who we saw winning the 800-meter from Jack House.
Leah Samuel, who
we
plays
have
second.
Musanti Hakshaw in Finley, from Finley as well. Jolinda Samuel, Derisha Alexander of Anderson, Kaylee Williams Anderson, Angeline Bowens Finley, Tishana Williams of Williams House, Michaelia Baptiste of Finley House, and Kimesia Kolzak of Finley House. Athlete with the fastest time again, Myra Campbell, our 800-meter intermediate girls champion. Let's see if she can repeat her success from earlier. This athlete will be running out of lane 4, and she's flanked by 2 athletes from Finley House in lanes 3 and 5. And they're on their marks. Unfortunately, we have a bit of jitters on the line again. Back in the day when that happened, it means the gun stick, yeah?
Yeah.
But not these days. Everything is electronic. Everything is technology. Technology has taken sports from being not just a competition, but it's a whole showcase, a whole production. As we saw in the recently concluded Cricket World Cup, everything is technology.
Everything.
Even the boundary boards now are now LED screens. That is crazy to think we need some LED screens on the field as well. That's what we need. And they're back on their marks.
And the race is off.
In the center of the track, that
And
is...
we have
wow,
Aliyah
Finley House.
Of Finley.
followed by Myra of Jacko.
Myra is pushing
Myra's
very
closing.
hard. The race
Myra
is not
is
finished.
closing,
And then we have
and
Aliyah
wow,
manages
that was a
to
race.
just edge her way into the finishing line.
That was a race.
If it was a bit long, I think Myra would have taken
As we
the...
see the replay, look.
Yeah,
It's Finley. Look at Myra. Look at the determination.
Look at definitely determined.
Hands are going and her legs are driving forward. 5 more meters and she would have caught her.
Would have caught her.
5 more meters. That was a race. In third place, we see that would be Anderson House. Anderson House taking the 3rd position and Anderson in 4th as well. But the winner, your official winner of the intermediate girls 100 meters.
It's Aliyah Samuel of Finley House.
Sorry guys, the 100 intermediate boys.
Moving right along. Intermediate boys on the line.
We see that Jack House is also still dominating
Still
in terms
dominating.
of athletes.
Still. We have 2 athletes from Anderson and Williams and 1 from Finley. We have Al J. Chance, Jack House, Malachi Hepburn, Jack House, Yannick Miller, Williams House. I cannot pronounce this name. I don't want to butcher anyone's name on air. What? Kai Wayne. I heard the MC say Kai Wayne. So Kai Wayne Mackey of Anderson House, Josiah Francis of Jack House, Andre Baptiste Anderson House, Joel Chance Williams, Akash Sundar Finley House, Tristan Gibson Jack House, and Dante Edwards of Finley House.
Well, Dante Edwards was supposed to be there, but apparently he didn't come.
Ah, that's unfortunate.
So we only have Akash.
Akash.
He's representing Finley House in this event.
And the fastest time, 11.69 seconds, Al J. Chance of Jack House. And for some reason, all of the athletes coming into these events with the fast times are Jack House. And they're on their marks.
Lots of food, lots of drinks on sale. KFC is here. And we're on the map.
And we see
Again.
a stumbling on the start.
Students Association selling food, pilau, roast chicken. I see we have popcorn and cotton candy. Slushy.
So the Bethel High School annual Inter-House Athletic Championship is live with VC3.
Spend your money. Don't leave there with money in your pocket.
And as we know, ladies and gentlemen, the trendsetters in the evening sports continuing to do the thing, man. So here, year in, year out, this is one of the sports I look forward to. But I don't be on A talking. I don't be talking on no mics. I be up in the stands cheering on whoever I feel like cheering on. And they're off. Oh, and he falls in the start.
So let's see if he can make it up because he's pushing really hard.
And he is running through. And
this is
oh my goodness.
This is
oh my
very commendable.
goodness. And that's a 3-peat for Jack.
Jack
It's
first,
Jack,
second, and
Jack
third.
and Jack.
Jack
What a
definitely
race.
came out for this race.
That was a good
Even though
recovery.
he stumbled,
That was a very good recovery.
He came in second still.
Second.
Wow.
That was a very good recovery from Al J. Chance.
This is the definite attitude of a sportsman.
It's Malachi? Sorry, my
Malachi.
bad. Malachi Hepburn.
Of Jack House.
Of
The
Jack
first-
House. That was a race. That was definitely a race. You know, like I said, you see, these athletes need to start using the starting blocks.
Yeah.
That would prevent from the slippage, especially when it's a, the wet track.
To also help them prepare for inter-school.
Exactly. Because when you go to inter-school, you're not just meeting your friends, you're meeting athletes who have been training year-round just for inter-school.
And we have the senior girls currently lined up for the 100-meter event. And there we go again. We have 3 Jack House athletes in this
3
race.
Jack House right off the bat.
Jack House is going to definitely be hard to beat this afternoon.
And we're looking at the senior girls 100 meters. This is intermediate 200.
Let's fill the stands. Let's fill the stands. If they can't make it, if they're wheelchair bound,
We have Alicia Kolzak, Doriel Duncan, both of Finley House, Gabrielle Butcher of Anderson, Leona Barrow of Jack, around the pair of Jack House, Abby Edwards of Anderson, Natalia Matthews of Jack, and Brianna Bowens of Jack House.
And the best time coming into this final is Alicia Kolzak in a time of 13.13 seconds. She's an athlete that I'm familiar with. That's Alicia, and Abby Edwards as well is an athlete that I'm very familiar with, as she represented our school before on the inter-school team, as well as I think Abby played every single sport there is to be played in this country. I really think so.
You know, that's very unique. You hardly find people who has that ability to play every sport and be good at it.
Because I remember coming to Victoria Park seeing Abby playing football. I come another time I see Abby playing netball at nutrition, and it's a great sight to see when the children are involved in the sports, anything positive, to be very honest. Because the way that things are going, we need more positive reinforcement in the youths today. So sports for me is always number one.
Being here right now, bringing back a lot of memories when I was in Bethel High School. I feel like I want to run, foot them moving all thing when the girls are running.
Now, what you don't know, what you may know, VC3 posted a video from the JP Youth of Sports last week with me getting my tail cut, as they say. The principal set us up. She told us that we were going to do a teachers versus students race. And, we think the students are going to take it easy. Take what easy. By the time I collect the baton, the other young man don't hand enough baton down there. And I'm like, what is going on here? And Crystal Oliver of VC3 having the time of her life laughing at me. But they're under the starters' orders. We'll get back to that story in a bit. And they're off. Alicia Kolzak jumps out right to the front, and she is powering away. 20 meters left, and she finishes. She actually slowed down. She slowed right down before finishing the race.
And we can't call it officially, but we have Alicia Kolzak of Finley, and it looks like Miss Pear of Jack House is second, but let us see how they line up.
Yes, they're Jack House and Findlay House taking third. So it's Finley, Jack, Finley. Alicia is one of the athletes that I know that used to train. You would be best to advise, does she still train?
Does Alicia still train? I can't say, because remember she's a fifth form student, so
right.
She has a lot of work to do. She also played netball for the school, so she has been staying quite active.
Right. I see an athlete hopping. I hope that's nothing too serious. Holding her ankle. But we get ready for the senior boys.
Look at the senior boys. Is that 4 Blue House we see there?
5? Yeah, 5.
5.
That's
4 Findlay House athletes. This is the race that everyone is looking forward to, because all of the athletes that are present in this event has something to prove today.
And it's more than just about having something to prove, the bragging rights of it,
The bragging rights, definitely the bragging rights.
Because I remember in my days as an athlete at the St. Vincent Grammar School, I didn't want nobody beating me. And I was in the, what we call the best house in grammar school, Lopi House, Yellow House. And for me, it's still a sense of pride to go and, be able to support my house in any way possible. And even now, if you cut me today, because sports is on Friday, if you cut me today,
Lopi,
I'll be bleeding yellow. I'm bleeding red, I'm bleeding yellow. We see officials running down. It looks as if he has cards in his hand. Or he's going to make sure the lane's assignments are correct. Yes, that's what he's doing. So in this race, we see The fastest time here being
Tyrann Muckett of Finley House.
11.29 seconds. By no means is that a joke time because on grass that is a very, very fast time. I remember coming here to the All Woods Relay Classics, and this is one of the athletes I heard people screaming for Tyrann Muckett. You could have heard the double decker. Every time he ran, Tyrann! And I'm there like, who is Tyrann? Until I look down on the track and I realize, oh, okay, that's Tyrann. So I guess Tyrann is one of the athletes to really look forward for. Finley House.
So we have Tyrann Muckett of Finley House, Kelroy Lewis of Jack, Xavier Jack of Finley House, Shaquille Hackshaw of Finley House, Denvert Williams of Williams House, Andel Francois of Anderson House, Cameron John of Finley House, and Jaden Alec of Finley House.
So I see someone was removed from the race. There was an athlete removed from the race for some reason.
So we're now left with 4 athletes for Finley House.
Yes, that is it. I'm wondering if it was a case that he did not qualify for this race. But there's 5 on our sheet, so something is off. Unless there's a situation where this athlete was not registered on the start list for the official timers. But in a situation like this, there are 7 athletes on the line. Well, 8 athletes, but 1 was removed. And on our list, we have 8. So there's something wrong and something needs to be done because he is making his point. He is making his point known. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is the battle of the fastest boys in Bethel High School. Okay, so what we are looking at below here has to be the reserves. But there's still 5 Finley even above. So something is off in this situation. Right, I was correct. There was a mistake on the sheet that was printed over there. So this is correct. But there's a mishap on the official sheet. And yes, we're still awaiting the start of the senior boys 100 meters.
We might have some time for the finish of that story.
Yeah. You know, I saw Crystal Oliver laughing at me, running to to save myself the embarrassment. Because you know somehow they expected us to beat these young guns. These guys are 16, 17, 18 years old, training, minus me who's sitting down in the classroom every day.
Every day.
Oh my goodness. I went onto Facebook onto visit to his page and I saw myself getting roasted in the comment section. I saw people, hey Jace, you have so much mouth and look you. Another guy telling me my engine ain't working good. He said my engine only working the last 5 meters of the race. I was like, oh gosh man, be a little bit nicer now, man. And there seems to have been some changes to the race. Well, we're back up to 5 athletes from Finley House. 1 from Williams, 1 from Jack, and 1 from Anderson. And there they go again.
We have a bit of a false start again for the senior boys.
I'm wondering. Hey, the stadium commentators are distracting me. She's saying foul or chicken. fowl or chicken, guys? What kind of start was that? And here we go again. And the falls started
For
yet
a
again.
second time.
Mr. Wiley is looking animated and annoyed.
Because
That was two foul or false starts, as we call them. And we're trying to figure out what's going to happen. Usually in competition, one foul start warrants disqualification from the race.
now we have two.
And now we have two.
I don't think it's the fault of the athletes. I think the house teachers for Blue House squaring about their athletes.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of tension on the track right now amongst teachers.
I think this goes for all of the teachers in every school. When it comes to sports time, there's a lot of tension because everybody wants their house to play sports.
Oh my goodness. I can tell you for a fact that is the case. That is definitely the case because I brought my, the whole love for sports. I brought it into my teaching career because I teach at Dr. J. Pusey's Memorial Secondary School. And after my first year, I actually was appointed as the housemaster. And if my energy is anything like these teachers here, then you know for a fact that we didn't lose for sports. We did not lose sports. This is our second back-to-back win for the inter-house sports at JP Eustace. That'll be Eustace House, Blue House. And it shows here today because even the teachers are very passionate about what's happening. And that's what we love to see.
Bethel High School staff room is definitely a movie around sports time.
I could imagine.
Definitely.
I could only imagine. I have a friend who was a former teacher named Mr. Thomas, Tyreek Thomas. I would expect to see him here soon. Let's see if he won the teacher's race.
We having a teacher's race?
No? Oh, wow. We actually had one for ours and we actually gave a cash prize to the winning teacher. Unfortunately, I did not win that one.
Well, being a sports teacher at the Bethel High School, we don't get to take part. So we have to stand up and watch, and I'm moving my foot as
though you're running. Yeah, I don't give you wrong. I don't give you wrong. I know the feeling. Like right now, every race that's being run, my foot under the table going. I can understand that.
Because I have always loved sports, so to watch it and not be able to take part, taking a lot from me, boy.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're here in Victoria Park on a Wednesday. On a Wednesday evening at that for sports. It's the Bethel High School annual Inter-House Athletics Championship.
Just brought to you live by VC3.
VC3, the Vincentian Cultural Connection Channel. I can't say that fast, eh? I'll tell my tongue.
And
what is going on?
And this is the third time.
What is going on? Ladies and gentlemen, please. I'm sure you're as
And as you saw on the screen, yep, rain delay.
I told Tyreek not to blight us here, you know. Or people know what else be saying.
Don't blame me. It's not my fault.
So he says, but I know otherwise.
But stay tuned. You're locked on to the Bethel High School Annual Inter-House Athletic Championship.
When we're live from VC3. Tyreek, the athletes are on the track for the 4x1 junior.
Girls?
Yes, the female event.
I was just hearing the announcer shouting out all the houses, and the uproars were insane. I think the one that really blew me away was for Jack House. A lot of people are here for Jack.
Well, of course, when you're ahead, people tend to cheer you on.
Given that fact, I know some of you guys on the live stream are asking for the point standing. I can only give you for what happened before the 400 races. So we have in the lead, Jack House 859 points, Finley House 815 points, Anderson House 662 points, and then William House at 581. Let's see what how drastic the change was. I think a lot of Finley winners came out of that last batch. But enough talking about that. The race is off. Ashley, take it away.
And the athletes are looking pretty strong on this 100 meter. Like they're not letting up. Everybody wants to win. Jack House hands over first. Anderson. I'm not sure if Williams or Finley handed over third. But the strides are looking phenomenal
yes,
from these athletes on the bench.
If you look at the hairstyle, the little green tail is following and she's running. And Jack hands over first again. The relay continues. There was a minor slip up there for Anderson House, but she is not giving up. We're looking at the front of the race now, and Jack continues. It seems that Williams House may be trying to close that lead, and she goes around the bend, and, there's a slip up there. It's pretty understandable. Rain was falling this afternoon, but look at that. Look at this. The energy, the strides. Jack and Williams House is going to see who comes in first, and that was Jack House taking first place, followed by Williams House and Finley House. But still, we do have Anderson House. She just finished, but she was pushing to ensure, you know, the little slip up that happened.
She secures that 10 points,
yes,
nonetheless. Phenomenal event there. I can only imagine what the boys would have in store for us.
You know, I really like relays. I think relays are one of the most, it's one of the more exciting
events. Yes, I agree, because somebody could be in the lead at this point in time, but on the third leg, it's a whole different story.
Exactly. And don't talk about that last leg if everyone in the different legs, you know, go neck to neck. It's really adrenaline rushing. What we have on the track here, the boys
junior
4x1.
Yes, the junior boys 4x1 event. They're just receiving their batons, so I know that they're going to start in just a few. And I heard some teachers from Anderson House saying that they're taking this one because they have 4 strong boys. So let's see what Anderson House does here today at Victoria Park.
Yes, and just so you're wondering who you're listening to the voice of Tyreek Thomas, also known as the Fusion in the Outer World, past teacher at the Bethel High School. No longer in that capacity, but of course, you know, I have to pass through. And where we are joined by
Ashley Edwards, current teacher of the Bethel High School. Yes, I'm still in that capacity. Things are heating up here.
And the boys seem a little restless. They're throwing the batons in the air. Let's just hope that they have a tight grip on them and not make the mistakes that happened in the prior race.
Yes, because, you know, baton changeovers are what makes or breaks a really good relay team.
Very much so.
But I know the more seasoned athletes are going to take advantage of this. Sometimes I think it's just nerves and anxiety when you're in the race that you just forget how to act. and you know.
Actually, is it me or the athletes really decided to swag it out to get on the field? I'm seeing a beanie, I'm seeing different hairstyles. I'm seeing what we call those hair tails.
Well, you know, for the beanie, I can't speak for colors. He probably doesn't want to get his waves messed up. I don't know. But I know the girls, they are cheerleaders, so they want to secure those edges before the cheerleading event.
Oh, we have. Oh, yes. I thought I missed that.
No, it's a bit later on in the entertainment segment.
Okay. All right. So the dancers are cheerleaders as well.
Yes, please.
That's a little. I think that's a little risky. They have to, you know, have all that energy. to do all those acrobatic, you know.
Well, I think it's not for points, so I think this is more serious to them, securing those points for the houses. But of course, you know, they're young and they wanted to go and entertain.
You know, my grandmother used to say, because I used to always say that I'm tired after everything, and she used to be like, boy, you're young and harmonizing. I don't.
Long time I ain't hear that word.
You're young and harmonizing. When you're talking about you're tired.
Our intermediate boys are about, oh, take it out my mouth. They're off and they're running really hard. Look at Roy from Jack House.
It seems as though there is going to be an early handover here for Jack House. They are in the lead.
Exceptional transition there for Anderson House. That's exactly how you take a baton.
Yes, but did you know the little slip up there for Williams? No problem. I think they're going to push. And we're neck and neck. We're neck and neck. And Anderson takes the first handover. And there was a fault there. I'm not sure if that's going to be called off for DQ.
Anderson back them out.
And now I think there is a mistake in the lanes there. I'm not sure.
And that's the last change over. And that's Mark Bells out front, being hunted down by Caleb, being hunted down by Fitzroy.
And I think Fitzroy is actually going to come in second. If you look at it, oh no, and wow. So in first place we had Anderson House, followed by, that was Jack.
Yes, Jack House. And a close third there by Fitzroy of Finley House. I think if he had a bit 5 more meters or so, he would have taken Jack.
You know, I'm very, look at that. Look at it.
Mark just takes a look back there to ensure that he has the edge over Caleb, but he was sure for that first place.
Now, what I want to know about that race is it going to amount to disqualification because of what we saw? Because if you looked at the third, is that the third leg or the second leg? Yeah, so that would have, I don't know. There was a cross there for the baton, the handover, and after that someone knocked into the other person, what amounted them to not be able to pass the baton properly. So let's wait and see if we hear anything from the call room. And no, you did not miss the cheerleaders dance, JD. We're seeing you. We're seeing you. You didn't miss it. Just stay tuned. Yeah.
Yes, the intermediate girls are off. That's some serious strides there from Aliyah of Finley House. I told you this is a young lady who has been medaling all day. And she changes over to Angeline of Finley House.
Not a bad pass over at all. Look at the strides there. But it looks as though Williams may actually catch her.
On that bed, I'm not too sure, you know, Ty. I'm not too sure on the bed, as I said.
And another great transition, and they're going down the line. I literally had to stand up to see what's going on here. Very interesting race indeed. Ashley, what do you think?
I'm lost for words. This is a quite interesting one. The Finley athletes are taking it. Wow. Just wow.
Coming down the stretch, we have Findlay House out front, followed by Anderson House in second. It looks as though there may be a tight battle here between Jack and Williams, but Jack takes third place. That was, wow.
The class 2 girls 4x1. I really thought that Tishana of Williams House might have held that Jack House there, you know. But the transitions are much smoother with the older athletes, as I told you. I knew it would happen this way. They're a bit more seasoned, a bit more trained. They know how to tackle these races.
And up next, we're going to have the
Class 2, 4x1 boys event. Yes, this one is going to be a hot one as well. This is the same young man who took all of the medals for Jack House, the intermediate. And I think it's going to be the same issue for Finley House in the senior boys. We'll just see.
Let's see.
But I think that Dante, I believe his name is, of Finley House, would give them an exceptional start. He's quite quick. But let me not blight it as Ty did with the rain earlier. We're going to just have to wait and see. So that's Andre Nash on the first leg for Anderson House, Dante for Finley, Josiah, our head boy, there for Jack House, and I think that's Glenroy for Williams House. He's just a bit out of camera shot, but you'll see him as the race starts.
And the race is off.
Look at the way that Josiah is hunting down Glenroy. Wow, those strides are quick. Who's gonna do the first changeover? It's Jack House. Oh no, that was a bit of an interruption there for Alj. But he and Yannick, they are neck and neck.
They are coming around the bend. If you look, you're seeing Jack House in front. The handover seems to be Jack House coming around on this leg. There was a short mishap there for Williams House. Let's see how this race is going to end.
Tristan is still maintaining the lead there for Jack House. And on the end, we have Malachi. Exceptional transition there. I told you our older boys will be more seasoned. And that's Anderson House taking the second. Is Joel going to allow him? Oh,
in
wow.
first place, we have Jack House. Second place, Anderson House. Third place, Williams House. And coming in on fourth, we have Findlay.
It seems as if Joel had no choice there but to let Anderson take that second place. Wow. Look at Malachi.
The strides. I think for inter-school, this may be, that may be Bethel.
Ty, please don't blight our athletes. You know, you have a way of blighting things. Please, I beg. Let me just say he's exceptional. if you're just tuning in, we're live with VC3 at the Bethel High School Inter-House Championship, and you're witnessing the senior girls 4x1 event, and Alicia Kozak is taking this one. Wow, just exceptional. Zafina did not take the baton too well there, but she still maintains a lead. We have Zenan there, giving Zanik a run for her money on the second leg. But Aranda surpassed them. We have Kenya here, Khadija, Jovicia, and they're all looking pretty determined to take over that first position. But I think this one is Finley. Yes, it's Doriel on the end there. Oh no, we had oh wow. We had another slip up there at that fourth leg. But Brianna is maintaining her second position. I just hope the athletes who are falling are being sorted by the Red Cross, as there is some sort of issue there on the northern end of the field due to the rain. But the athletes, as I tell you, they must be commended because they are running in spite of all of the slippery areas here on the park, because the rain is coming and it's going and it's on its way again. But we have the senior boys here on track, and this one, wow, I don't know what to say, but this one is going to be quick. The rain might even beat this one. What do you think, Ty?
Sorry?
I'm saying that the rain might not even meet this event because our senior boys are that quick.
Yes, they are. I kind of zoned out because I was trying to get the updated point standings for you guys. As soon as we do, as I said, you guys are going to get it.
Oh no, like I spoke too fast. And the rain is here. But it seems as though we're gonna have the event nonetheless. Yes, they're calling on Mr. Starter to live up the take. Yes, the senior boys are off. Look at Isaiah hunting down. Is that Xavier he's hunting down? I can't even tell from this far. But these boys are, it's just legs. Legs for days. That's Tyron Muckett there.
If you look, Finley House, he actually told his counterpart to go forward to take the baton. That is what you call communication.
Yes, and there again we see exceptional changeover from Tyron to Cameron.
Seems as though the Finley House boys may have the ultimate team as they take over for the next handover. This is the final leg, and they're not easing up. Let's see if a record is going to be broken for the 4x1 senior men.
These boys are quick, but they're being held back significantly from this wet track.
Let's definitely take that into consideration. I know these boys may be pushing, but perhaps, you know, no one wants to fall and slip. As I took a quick glance of the time board, it seemed as though they came in roughly about 46 seconds. But let's see what we get from the technical team.
And I'm not sure if it was caught on camera, but we had some athletes falling here for Anderson House. So maybe that's why we saw them coming in so far behind on that 4x1 senior boys event. We are here live with VC3 at Victoria Park for the 2025 Bethel High School Inter-House Championship, sponsored by KFC, ECGC, Geku, and Digicel, that is, and St. Vincent Brewery. We're having another rain delay, as it's a quite rainy one here at the Victoria Park. The next event would be the 200-meter series of events, but I believe the special artist or entertainment segment is due before those events. We'll just stand by and see. I know you hear me talking about entertainment segments, but you might be wondering, who do we have here to entertain you at the Victoria Park? We have our cheerleaders from the BHS. It's a joint house cheerleading segment. We have Kelly J, we have Just Bus Camp, and we have Fireman Hooper. So we have quite an event in store for you from all of the athletes and our cheerleading squad. If you're not here, well, I don't know what to tell you, but you're gonna be missing out. was Casper G. During our entertainment segment, we have cheerleaders in store. We have Just Bus Count. We have Kelly J. And we have Fireman Hooper. Stay tuned, we have a lot in store. Just when I thought that the rain was being gracious with us, we have an outpour of rain yet again. But this is the entertainment segment, so we'll just have to see where the performers are gonna be performing from. That's it. Yes, so we're seeing another outpour of rain here at the Victoria Park, but this is during the entertainment segment, so maybe the performers are gonna be performing from elsewhere.
Guess what, guys? Before our cheerleaders can take the stage and start their performance, I have an update here for you from the Victoria Park Bethel High School 2025 Inter-House Championship. I have the point standing here. In fourth position, well, maintaining the fourth position, we have Williams House with 691 points. Anderson House in third position with 773 points. Finley House still in second position with 969 points. And in first position with a whopping 1,027 points, we have Jack House. And I'm gonna allow you to take in our cheerleaders now. Again, it's an inter-house cheerleading segment, so there is no competition here. And you see, I was telling Ty that the girls were securing their edges for this event. We have our ponytails here and our slick ponytails at that.
Bethel High School cheerleaders. As I told you, it was not a competition, it was an inter-house cheerleading team.
And I like to say, as well as for the creative arts, you know, we have to big that up just as much as we do with sports.
I agree.
I think that the girls were very creative. You know, let's leave it at that for me.
Yeah, and I think the choreography was created by two of our students, so it wasn't with the input of anybody from outside the school. So as we like to
fully
say,
internal.
Yes, as we like to say, better her talent. Right?
Sounds like we need to trademark that and do an entire show. Bethel's Got Talent.
I like the sound of that.
Miss SVG 2024 is
Zeta Stevens.
Miss KCCU. Saturday, March 1st, the Community Health and Fitness Club of Mustique present Zumba Health and Fitness Walk. The walk will begin in front of Peacemo, straight onto the Calico playing field from 3:30 p.m. to 6:30 in the evening. Your instructors, Delon Sam of DS Fitness Club and Kimo Ashton of EFG Fitness Club. T-shirts are $55 and you can call and register at 495-2620 or 593-3564. And 528-9903. Music by Chemical X. Will be free. Blood pressure testing. So remember, Saturday, March 1st, get ready to walk. It's Zumba Health and Fitness Walk. We walk from Peacemo to Calico Playing Field. Sponsored by Tito's Concierge Canoa, Subway, Zest Cola, and Island Sips Water.
We're hearing the call for the 200-meter athletes from all classes. So the officials will be heading back onto the park pretty soon for those set of events to commence.
And as we get ready to start the 200-meter junior girls, we just got to let you all know about the point standing. In fourth position, we have, with 691 points, Williams House. In third position, we have Anderson House with 773 points. In second position, we have none other than Finley House with 969 points. And in first position, we have Jack House with 1,027 points.
So there we have it, your reminder, as I told you earlier, the point standing as of, I believe, the 4x1 relays. I believe so.
And as we get updates, as we said, we will be sending them to you guys live, of course. And the girls are currently on the track. They're lined up.
So to put some names to some faces on the track, we have Kenny the Best of Jack House. We have Ophelia of Finley House. We have Kiana of Jack House. We have Cornelia of Williams House, who is currently out front, followed by Kiana. We have Orana of Jack House, running neck and neck with Ophelia of Finley House. But Ophelia extends that as she hunts down that second position as well. But that would be Williams, Jack, Finley. And you just witnessed the 200-meter junior girl event. And the junior boys are already on the track. They're ready. The officials are getting ready. Are you ready? For our junior boys, coming in with the fastest time here from Jack House. We have a Lisroy Dowers with a close second fastest time. We have a Mohani Muckett of Anderson House, Tyler Jennings, Jack House, Caleb Johnson, Jack House, Mark Dells, Anderson House, Roshane Samuel, Finley House, Nolly Junior Jack, Finley House, and Nelani Charles of Finley House as well.
You see, and 200-meter races are very, very, what is the second shortest race. So as much as we're here seeing it, I think it's going by pretty fast. The last race that we had there, I didn't see much push.
Yes, I observed that as well. I don't think the girls are taking advantage of these sprints as they should. In the 100 meter, we saw a lot of competition, but that 200 meter, I don't think that the girls gave their best there, and that's all around for all athletes. Who knows? Maybe they're tired. It has been a long day. We had some of them cheering just a while before, so there's a lot to think about in terms of why that may have not been there or may not have been their best performance.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we're live on VC3 channel 114. We also thank you to our sponsors. We say thank you to the Red Cross and of course our officials from the Department of Sport.
And as you know, these sprinting events, you stay in your lane. So whether or not you have the 8th lane, which is the farthest lane out, you have to just try to dip your shoulders as much as you can and go around those bends to have the best shot at medaling.
Do we have a green flag as yet?
We're just waiting on the word from the official to start this event.
Senior boys.
What do you think, Ty? Do the juniors look a bit jittery to you? Is it nerves? What do you think?
I think it is that, and what I also notice is that a lot of running shoes are being passed between everyone.
I saw that as well.
I hope in these sizes match, because I can't see an athlete running in a shoe that's too small or too big.
Yeah, that would definitely put them at a disadvantage, but I could see that some of the boys in this particular event are not spiked up, which could be, oh, my bad. I think Mr. Haid is sorting out athletes out so that they have the best chance at medaling all across the board in this event, because as you know that this park is wet and we had a lot of slipping up on the northern end of the field.
Yeah, I think I think this is something that should be looked at in terms of the spikes. If we need to get them all spiked up prior to the race, we move through a little faster. But yeah,
you might have a point there.
I'm not seeing representation in this race from Williams House though.
Based on this list here, I think Williams had the 10th fastest time. So if somebody in this event didn't show up, he may have had a chance to shine.
Okay.
However, all 8 boys are here and they're decked out and ready to go. And the athletes are preparing for this event. I think we should keep our eyes on a little Mark in this one, eh? He's small, but he's taller. Just look at him on the bend.
It's a long time I haven't heard that word, Talawa. Coming around the bend, we have Jack House in the lead.
That's Lisroy out front, followed by Mohani, and Mohani is determined to catch Lisroy, for lack of a better word. We have Mark in second. I told you, keep your eyes on him. I think that's Caleb. Caleb there in the 4th position. So that's Jack, Anderson, Anderson, Jack, Jack. And we have our Finley boys finishing 6th, 7th, and 8th in this particular event.
I'm noticing that they're slowing down coming to the finishing line.
And that's where you need to push, right? I don't get it.
It perhaps, as you said, the factor could be that they are tired. It's been a long day. But nonetheless, one more shout out to everyone that's on the live stream supporting all of the athletes here at the Bethel High School annual Interhouse Sports. We're speaking to you live from VC3. I'm Tyreek Thomas, past teacher of the Bethel High School.
And I'm Ashley Edwards, current teacher of the Bethel High School. If you're an alpha, let me hear you howling in that comment section. Post your hearts representing what house you're backing at this point in time. And if you know you were in Anderson or Williams or Jack or Finley, don't change your house now based on the standing. Stay true and loyal to your house. Let me see the hearts blowing up the comment section. And the race is off for the 200-meter Class 2 girls event. We're seeing, this is a close one. This is the closest one I've seen so far in terms of all of the athletes going around the bend practically at the same time.
Definitely. I was just about to say it's pretty hard to differentiate who is going to take this one. How can we determine this? The camera angle just gave us a better view. It seems as though we have two of the Finney girls out front, followed by Anderson. Let's see how this race ends up. And that is Findlay ×2, as well as Anderson House.
That was a pretty interesting one. I did not see that one coming. So that was Michaela and Alia of Findlay House. I'm not even sure who placed first. We had Derisha Alexander of Anderson House placing third, securing her medal. And we had Myra Campbell there in the fourth position. The others I can't quite remember. But that was a quite interesting one. I can't remember how many times I've said that word for the night. Interesting. I know this one is going to be spicy between the Class 2 boys.
The word change. Interesting to spicy. Definitely so. This is the scene intermediate boys.
Yes, intermediate boys or Class 2 boys 200-meter race. And as you can see, this one is infiltrated by Jackals. There are 5 athletes there on the track.
Yes, there's no representation from Findlay House in this race.
So I think in the 8th lane we have Tristan Gibson of Jack House. In lane 7 we have Joel Chance of Williams House. We have Alj in lane 6 of Jack House. We have in lane 5 Malachi Hepburn, Jack. We have Josiah, our head boy, in lane 4, is it? Andre in lane 3, Kai Wayne in lane 2. Those 2 athletes are from Anderson House. And in lane 1, we have Caden Small of Jack House as well. So let me see if these Jack House boys are going to show themselves or if they're going to allow another athlete to actually medal in this event, because the opportunities are endless here for Jack House. Don't blink for this one, because I could promise you, you'll miss practically the entire race. This is again the intermediate 200-meter class 2 boys. That is class 2 boys. What do you think makes a good race, Ty? The start, the acceleration, or the finishing?
I think, and I'm going to be very diplomatic, I think it's a full blend of all 3.
I was hoping you said that, because I'd have been wrong. Yes, it's from the start right up to the finish, because you could have the perfect start but finish poorly, and you could have a bad start but finish exceptionally.
That was a false start.
Unfortunately, I feel like if I jinxed that one.
Let's not say that. Let's not say that. But I saw the lift and I immediately thought false start.
Yeah. I also saw one of the jacket posts at the slip, so I was saying, oh boy, I just talked about a bad start, and there he went.
Let's see how the second start goes.
I hope they're not a bit more anxious in this one, because they tend to become a bit more anxious in the second go.
After false starts, right?
Yes.
Actually, I'm not sure if you're seeing Williams House shoes. Look at that shoe. Very shiny.
It's hard to miss. It's hard to miss, Tiger. That's Joel Chan showcasing his footwear there. Is it gold or silver? I can't tell from here, you know.
It seems gold.
I wonder if he's going for the gold. Remain calm at least. There we go. That's a perfect
And that
start.
was a perfect start.
Look at these athletes. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Joel is not letting up. Joel is going for it. Joel is saying no jackals. No jackals.
It actually looks like he put in second gear. Coming around there.
Look
and
at
he's
Malachi.
shifting. This is what you call a race. And the overtake was there. And he slowed down.
Oh my gosh. These athletes at the finish line. But I think that Alj said, Malachi, you're not getting this medal this time. Going back for the medal. Because in one of the earlier events, Malachi took over from Alj. So Alj took back that first place there.
Well, I would say it's yet to be determined. Whoever wins this race is fully dependent on the call rule. Well, on the technical team, sorry.
Oh wow.
That was, I'm looking at the screen as soon as the camera switched. They were neck and neck.
I hope somebody's neck was longer.
Whoa.
And it's raining again for the class. The senior girls 200-meter event. They're being sent back to the call room. So we may have another rainy day.
I think that's the safest option. Let's ensure that the athletes don't get sick, because we know that this is sports month and inter-school is coming up.
Just around the bend.
Just around the bend. So let's not have them getting sick and not able to perform to the best of their capabilities, right?
And not just inter-school, we have Hollywood on Sunday.
On Sunday.
Right here in Victoria Park.
Right, so we can't afford to have our students with a little cold or the flu or anything of the sort. But yes, we are here. It's Carnival City, Victoria Park. But guess what? It's not Carnival this round. So we're here for the Bethel High School annual Inter-House sporting event.
That's right. I'm not sure if you're put in your alphas and your colors in the comment section there. But if you missed that announcement, past students were calling you to light up the comment section with your colors. Paint them red, yellow, blue, green. Let's see who is supported most in that comment section. And yes, that was the call.
And if you're just joining the live and you're wondering what the point standing is currently, the most recent update that we have is in 4th place we have Williams House, 691 points. Anderson House, 773 points. Finley House, 969 points. And in the lead, we have Jack House at 1,027 points.
And those points have changed because we just witnessed, what, 5 different races there?
Correct. So we're patiently anticipating the new points.
Wait, my bad. I think that was 3 races. It was the junior boys and girls, intermediate, 4 boys and girls, and the senior girls were about to start. So the points are definitely shifted, but in whose favor, we'll soon find out.
And as soon as we know, you guys will know. Broadcasting live from VC3.
And our senior girls are here on their mark, ready for the 200-meter event.
It seems as though for this race we're missing about 3 athletes. But we have representation from Jack House, Findlay House, as well as Anderson.
I noticed that as well, but I see Abby there on the inner lane there. She's walking those legs and arms, but she's being challenged currently for the 3rd position by around the pair of Jack House. But this is definitely Alicia's race.
I was just about to say, Alicia did not hold back on this race. It looked as though she came in on a 27 second.
I wonder, you sure?
It seems, based on what I'm looking here at the screen, let's see what the car room sends over for us.
27 doesn't sound too good for a senior girl, you know, but we'll see.
Let's see.
We'll see. I think she knew that this was hers from the get-go, so she was a bit more relaxed, because I've seen Alicia run. I have seen her run a 200. Maybe this rain has an impact or influence on the students' mood right now, and I could quite understand that. But that was Findlay, Jack House, I believe, Anderson, and then I am quite unsure of the last athlete. In lane 5, we have Shakil Hakshaw. That's a Findlay House. Lane 6, we have Kilroy Lewis of Jack House. In lane 7, that's Xavier Jack. Often confused with Xavier, but his name is Xavier Jack. That's Findlay House again. Denver's in the 8th lane. In lane 5, we have that was Shakil. In lane 4, we have T-Ron. Oh, lane 3, seems like somebody's missing here again, Ty.
Yes,
so he's in lane 3. We have Joel in lane 2, and I believe that is Isaiah in lane 1. Yes, this is going to be interesting.
And the race is off. Start seems to have been on point.
Look at these strides. Just check out Shakil. I often like to admire this one when he's running. It's like a well-oiled machine.
A well-oiled machine. And I'm seeing there is a takeover here. I'm wondering, this race seems to be 1st, 2nd, and 3rd
and
in
4th.
favor.
And 4th.
And 4th. Wow, in favor of Findlay House.
The Findlay boys, senior boys, are dominating these senior events.
You see, I'm looking to my left here from the booth, and I'm seeing Housemaster Zinga.
Oh boy, waving that flag.
Waving that flag. Zinga is going crazy, and I would as well if all 4 of my boys came in 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
They wiped the floor with the other senior boys. And I know those other boys tried their best, but the senior boys for Findlay House are a force to be reckoned with. We've seen that today as they have been dominating all of the races thus far.
You know, I can't wait to see what the current point standing, is, because it's quite a battle between Findlay House and Jack House.
And in that particular race, those boys, that was 9 points, 7 points, 6 points, and then 5 points there in that one race. So somebody do the maths there and tell me in the comment section how much that is.
And speaking about points, well, would you look at that?
An update?
We have an update on the points.
Boy.
So in 4th position with 710 points, we have Williams House. In 3rd position with 803 points, we have
Williams or Anderson? Which one is 3rd? Let's take that from the top again.
Yes, they were calling the points in-house, so we had to pause for that. But in 4th position, we have Williams House with 710 points. Anderson House in 3rd position with 803 points. Findlay House with 1,003 points. Findlay is in 3rd position. And Jack remains in the lead with 1,092 points, which would be about 80-something.
Oh, wow. They have extended that lead. That is what? That's 89 points difference.
Correct, with the
Wow.
89-point difference. As Ashley rightfully said, the last couple of races were predominantly in the favor of Finley House.
Yes.
So let's see if any of the gaps were closed there.
Those senior races, the Finley boys and the girls dominated. So
definitely so.
They're gonna sweep in about 30 points there if I just had to count off the top of my head.
See, but if we add that 30 points and compare the other, Jack did come into a couple other places.
Yeah.
I think the lead, there may still be a gap.
Yes, because remember the intermediate boys, they had four to five boys in that race. So whether or not they came first, second, third, fourth, fifth,
they racked up some points.
They did rack up some points.
See, and that's the thing about having multiple athletes with the fast times in these races, because technically, if you have 5 out of the 8 lanes,
you're gonna dominate the race regardless.
Exactly, and much less if 3 or 2 of them come in the top 3. But it's left to be seen. We're waiting on more points, as we said. Shout out to the technical team for providing us with these updates. Really hoping to see if any records were broken. But until then, you're looking at the field.
Wow. And these athletes are, wow, we must commend these athletes because they are on the track back to back. We are now going to witness the 4x200 meter junior event. And let's keep in mind that these athletes are trying their utmost best based on the conditions here at Victoria Park for the Bethel High School Inter-House Championship 2025. The alphas are howling. Yes, they're howling, and I hope our past alphas are howling in the comment section as well. But yes, let's keep in mind that this track is extremely wet and dangerous if you're not wearing proper attire. So if you know an athlete running, big up an athlete right now in the comment section. Make them feel loved because they are representing their house and they are doing their thing. But who's gonna take this junior girls 4x2 event? I believe this track is about 350 or maybe 250, I'm not sure, in terms of measurement. So if you see that the 200 meter looks like practically the entire track, that's because it's not a 400 meter track, but the athletes are working well with what they're given. we're witnessing the start of the 2x400 meter. Sorry, the 4x200 meter junior girl event. And Ophelia has a goal in mind here as she tries to overtake a runner of Jack House. But it looks as though they're going to be neck and neck. And Cornelia is not going to allow them to take all of the shine this afternoon. But Winter is close by, representing Anderson House. The first handover would go to, it looks like, Williams House, then Jack House. These athletes look at Kenny and her form. She is short, but she is moving swiftly. Look at those strides.
And look at the tail. A very interesting way to represent Williams House.
Look at her. She was not letting up that easily. Kenny had to settle for a second.
That was a very interesting takeover for Williams House. Athlete turned right around to take it. I'm not sure what could have possibly caused such a takeover, but it looks as though there's some traction going on here. Let's see if she's going to push enough to take it wide and cut back to the front. Looking at this angle, it seems as though Williams House is still in the lead.
Don't speak too quickly because the bend is coming up, and it's how well you can take a bend as an athlete. But they all seem to have exhausted their strength. I don't think that she realizes that she could run in lane 1.
We have a tiny mishap here for Williams House, but we are still tuned deeply into this race, coming around the first bend for this leg.
I don't think Kiana is going to allow this girl to pass over first, you know. Kiana is one athlete with we have to look out for the next 4 years.
And would you look at that coming in? It looks as though she put in third gear there as well.
Wait, that was the end of the race?
That was the end of the race, yes, definitely.
If I was that Williams House athlete, she was not passing me there. Not when I don't work so hard. And that 195 meters there. The last 5 meters, you were not passing me, Tyreek.
Yeah, the Jack House athlete, she really pushed.
I told you.
And it was really a battle between Jacks and Williams, nonetheless.
I told you that girl is determined. And the race is off for the junior boys 4x200 meter event. We have Mohani out front, but he is being challenged currently by the Finley House athlete.
Look at the baton action.
But he's not going to let up so easy. I think Mohani realized that, whoa. He ain't passing me so easily. We have Jack House in third position there in the inner lane, and Williams House in a close fourth position.
Anderson House is out in the lead, followed by Finley House and Jack House. It seems as though, Ashley, you're more directly associated with sports than I am in this regard and capacity. What do you think about the baton action coming around these corners?
Well, before I comment on the baton action, I just want to big up Marcus right now on those strides. Look at him as he changes over. But in terms of the baton passover, and you just witness it there, I don't think that they're capitalizing on the technique properly.
In terms of passing over?
Yes, it's looking quite poor.
But what about, because what's the physics behind swinging the batter coming around the corner compared to holding the batter steady?
There's no physics behind. I don't know. I don't know why the athletes do it. It's not something that is encouraged, to be very honest. You're told to keep working on your technique, arms and legs, arms and legs, arms and legs, just like this as you're seeing here on screen. When you start swinging, you start wasting energy. But look at Liz Roy here as he hunts down Fitzroy. It's the Roy versus the Roy.
It seems as though there is potential for Jack to take over. And as we look to the screens on the field, it looks that there is a battle between Jack House and Finley House, and he is creeping up to take over Anderson.
Look at this. Look at this. This is interesting.
I think we have a superstar.
But you realize that both athletes passed Anderson. So it's Jack, Finley, Anderson, and we have William just crossing the finish line here. So when we thought it was strictly Anderson, Roy and Fitzroy said no, it's going to be between me and the other Roy, and they dominated that race.
You see, and then it really shows that the Housemasters understand the kind of athletes that they have.
And place them on the correct leg.
Correct.
Yes.
That's exactly the point I'm getting at. Because you always need the final push. You need a good start and you need a good finish.
Yeah, you need somebody with heart to finish your races. And I really hope that Shaquille is on a last leg and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. And I just want you to not have him in the first position, because Shaquille, I said I like to observe this boy when he's running like a well-oiled machine. This boy has heart. Just when you think, but Shaquille, how you last this, so not Shaquille. Push. He is going to push right through until he achieves that goal. But we'll see further along, because up next is a medal presentation. So we're just gonna pause briefly from the races to present the 200-meter medals.
And we're gonna turn you over to the field side. You're tuning in to Visit 3. Listen to the voice of Tyreek Thomas as well as
Ashley.
We're gonna be right back. And we just got some news from the technical crew. Ashley, I'm going to give you the honors to read this one.
I think that technical team is doing an exceptional job there.
Keeping us up to date with the point standing, and we're getting them quite frequently now.
That is correct. So in the fourth position, we have maintaining fourth is Williams House with 736 points. We have Anderson still maintaining the third position with 834 points. Finley with 1,072 points. That's second position. And Jack House is not letting up here tie. They have 1,141 points. So they have been maintaining their lead thus far.
And I did the math. I think it's about a 69 point lead.
So Finley is chopping down that gap.
They are chopping down the gap, and I think it's just as we expected with the quantity of athletes that they have per race. I think that is a contributing factor to the closing of the gap.
And I will tell you this as well. Those relay races, that first position whops in 18 points. So
in the relay races?
Yes, so you could just imagine if Finley House dominates all of the relays, they would definitely eat up that gap.
Well, let's see how we go. Let's see how it goes. And if you're just looking for something to do, come out and support our athletes here at Victoria Park. The place is, it has a bit of people. We have a bit of people coming out to support the athletes from Bethel. I think the school itself does have a pretty good following when it comes to sports.
That is correct, yes.
I know that the rain was a bit of a hindrance to the turnout, but I'm not going to say my final statement. I'm just going to say that, you know, the rain is done.
I see
but
that
Ashley would
there's
have told
something
me.
there on the podium. I'm not sure what it is, but everybody does not look quite happy there.
I think perhaps that would have been the race that I was concerned about.
That was pretty close. Oh, wow. Well, I guess it did go in somebody's favor there. But we're just speculating. We have no proof that that is what's happening there. However, we have been seeing the same athletes medaling all day. So that tells you something about these athletes, especially the seniors.
You know, I think sportsmanship is something that we should look very closely to. I mean, the first and second would have been in your own house, you know. I do know it's probably that it's hard to accept a very close defeat.
Yeah.
But sportsmanship is something that you need to definitely take into consideration. It's your own house. The fight probably isn't needed.
No,
but,
but I'll tell you, remember there's intermediate champ still. And there's still Victor Ladorum, so everybody wants those titles.
You know, now you're putting it in that perspective.
Yes,
it does
so it's still in-house, but there's still a competition in-house.
Yep, and you know, presenting the medals right now is Mr. Sean Marshall. He was one of the past.
He was actually our senior teacher there at Bethel High School, and he's currently at the JP Eustace Memorial Secondary School, serving as their senior teacher.
Okay. Yes, I
he
do
was
know.
also fully immersed in our sports.
Very much so. I do know when I was teaching there, Mr. Marshall, as you said, was very, very into the sports and any sort of activity that Bethel had.
I think he was actually in Finley House, so he must be beaming, putting on those three medals for the Finley athletes. I could just imagine him trying to keep his cool. He's not. He's got a big grin on his face. And I think that Tyron is really, wow, he has practically claimed that senior champ title.
Well, let's not say that as yet. I don't want to put the idea in the audience's head, and you know something goes. But if you
no,
say that,
I am telling you. Remember the inter school events. He excelled at the shot put, long jump. He has been racking up points from heats day up until this point, and he has never placed anything but first. So he is unofficially a very possible candidate for that senior champ position, and probably Victor Ladorum. But as my co-commentator said, let me not put that out there in the event that it is not so at the end of this sport.
But the only way to find out, guys, is if you stay tuned to the live feed. Yes, you are tuned into VC3. We're here, we're live at Victoria Park at the Bethel High School annual Interhouse Sports Meet.
Yes, and we're so happy to have you here with us, whether you're in-house or you're online. I think this is the lineup now for the 2x. I keep saying 2x4. I don't know if I'm thinking about plywood, but the 4x200 meter class 2 girls. Really, yes, this is what it is. This one, I think the Finley girls dominated that last really event. So let's see what they have in store here for this 4x200 meter. They look like they mean business here. And as I said before, first place is 18 points. Second place, I think, is 16 or 14, sorry. 12 for third place and 10 points for fourth place. So really and truly, you don't lose. You don't lose at this type of race. Just finish it. Again, let me just commend all of our athletes here today, whether they're representing Williams, Anderson, Jack House, or Finley House. Let me just say kudos to you athletes. If you're looking back at this live, if you're a parent abroad, please big up your child, your ward. They have been doing exceptionally well. And if you have somebody here who you're representing via live, send some hearts. Send some hearts there, just to show that you are present and you are looking on to see your child or ward perform here at the Bethel High School Inter-House Championship. And you're witnessing the start of the 4x200 meter class 2 girls event. They are practically running, holding hands at this point in time. Nobody is really making a name for themselves right now. I'm surprised that Alia of Finley House, because I know that this girl, anyways, I think she's going to save it for when they think they have a chance. She's just going to, what did I say? What did I say about Alia?
Coming along the bend, and I'm not sure if you noticed, but she almost slipped a bit prior. So I think that was when she initially attempted to overtake, but she gained back her momentum and she was...
Oh, wow. So maybe she was keeping it cool?
She was keeping it cool. I was watching pretty closely to the screen. My eyes are glued.
We have a half up here. Sorry, this is the 4x400 meter. Yes, I forgot that the juniors are the one to do the 4x200 and the seniors and intermediates, they do 4x4. So she is approaching the first changeover, and the other 3 athletes are pretty close behind.
I think she's doing pretty well in maintaining that lead.
Yes, she is.
Because as soon as she took over, she just made sure that that gap remained.
And look at that handover. This is Angeline of Finley House. The second change over there from Jack House with Junette running the 4x4. I think that the officials will tell her soon that she can run in lane 1, but Korsha is on her heel practically, and Rihanna is right behind Korsha. So this one it's a toss-up for who is going to be placing second, but nobody is easing up.
You never know. We need to expect the unexpected. Not sure, but this is a very, very wide.
I was about to say, Ty, I think Angeline has extended this gap.
It looks so.
It's about 30 meters, and she is currently slowing her stride. I don't think this is the best time to do so, because this is where you need to push through. The Anderson athlete has passed the Jack House athlete, and she is still looking pretty strong. So the Jack athlete is gonna have to take a lot to actually regain, her second position. I see the Williams House athlete holding her quads. I am not sure if she's having some pain there from a previous injury, but it's quite concerning from this point of view.
And we have Finley straight down the line. I think perhaps this 4x4 may determine how close they shut that point gap. Prior to that, we had about 90 something points in the gap. Then we had 69 in the gap. Let's see how it looks after these races.
I think these athletes are, I think this is Jaricia of Anderson House. She is really trying to close in this gap that Finley has created, and I think she is running determined. Can she maintain it? We will see, because Aquia of Finley House is not looking as strong as she started, and Jaricia is closing down that gap, as I said.
And the gap is actually closing. If you look at it, well, from our point of view, the gap, it's getting close, and I think with a bit more energy, a bit more fight, Anderson House may be able
to take this one back.
But
if you look at who the lineup is here, we have Michaela. I don't think that Sorella would be able to take that. But it would be a closer one, as we said. Aquia is pushing. She is defying. And Michaela has this baton, and she is running this 400 meter.
And there we go with the gap again.
Yes, it's a sprinting event. I think the athletes sometimes forget, because they hear a lap around the park, they think you have to run it on reserve, but it's a sprinting event, and the gap is as wide as it was, even wider than it was at the beginning.
I can see, and the other athletes, Williams and Jack, they're actually begging. They were begging their counterparts to give them the batter. Look, would you look at that? Finley House is in the lead, followed by Anderson House.
But if you look at that, the Finley House and the Jack House athlete just pass each other on the opposite side of the track. So that's to tell you about the different kind of lead that they have here. The Finley athlete is approaching the northern end, whereas Jack is at the southern end, and the Anderson athlete is just approaching the northern end as well. I think this athlete for Jack House is Zenicia Delflesh, I believe. And this Williams House athlete is looking quite determined. I can imagine how tired these athletes are feeling. The race is over tight.
And would you look at that?
That was Finley House.
I think that your prediction was on point in terms of who's coming in first.
I told you those girls dominated that 4x1, and I thought as much that they would dominate the 4x4 as well. They seem like they have some sort of a routine or some sort of recipe, and they cook it up nicely once again.
It seems as though the athletes ran into the finishing pole. I'm not sure if she hit her leg or what. We do have Red Cross on the scene. Let's see what's going on here. I do hope that they're okay. It's not an easy battle for these girls to be running, or for any athlete. Running takes a lot.
And to be running all day.
All day.
And the races are for the intermediate boys 4x4 event. We have Alger Chance out front. He has been a medalist all day long. We have Yannick Miller of Williams House closely following Alger. We have Carlos following Yannick, and not too far behind we have, I think that is Sivando Bino for Anderson House. These athletes, as I told you, do not count anybody out because they are all pristine.
You know, I'm just here analyzing this race compared to a couple others, and I'm looking at the difference between the cruise control and the drive. Right? As you said, a 400 is a sprint. We can see that they're noticing it now.
Alger was just reminded by Yannick, because I know that this athlete has so much more to give in a 400 meter.
The first changeover, we have Jack doing the first changeover with William right next.
And that was a poor changeover in my opinion. I think that Caden should know better. He is a seasoned athlete. The way that he received that baton could have caused him to become injured if, who was it, Alger had just ran right into him. Typically the athletes are encouraged to have a lead and just stretch their hand out behind them so that they could just collect the baton and continue running ahead.
Who is this young man here?
In blue house? Akash Sunda. That's Akash Sunda. And I think that they're just realizing this is a sprinting event because they were going pretty slow there in my opinion. So that's Caden Small, Akash Sunda being challenged by Dario Andrews of Williams House. And nearby we have, I am not seeing the athlete's face too well, but he is giving his best.
For Anderson House.
That is correct.
You know, it almost struck me as a Formula One race. You know, they cut to the side, cut in, cut to the side again, take over. Look at this. We have Jack House in the lead now,
and
followed by Williams House.
Nando Bino. We have close by, it looks like Sheldon. Sheldon is hunting down over Nando. Just look at his face and his determination. He's puffing. He's huffing and puffing.
I'm hoping to see some acceleration here from the Finley House athlete.
I think you might just see it. He is a very good athlete as well. I have seen him in action at Relay Classics. I have seen him at the 1500 meter, and he has some exceptional strides. He is gonna close in that gap for the next athlete.
Well, let's see, because I like when these races are close. You know, it really brings the excitement.
I agree. It makes you want to jump out of the seat and just run on the track. Look, I told you about that Finley House athlete. He's gonna action him.
He's coming in pretty close and he's driving. He just switched over to fourth gear. Listen, I don't drive standard, but he switched to some sort of gear. We have a handover. We almost forgot to take a look at our Jack House athlete. He's way out of the picture now.
I forgot about Malachi. Oh my gosh, that's Malachi Hepburn out front. And Joel is giving some exceptional strides there in the second position. Wow. That is a superb form there from Joel Chance.
I wish we could get that side angle because that looked amazing.
It really did. Oh my gosh, it's like the Olympics.
No, but look at this. There was a takeover.
Malachi just lapped the Anderson athlete, and I think he's going to be pretty upset. He has something to prove now because he doesn't want to be holding up the race.
Well, you see, the Anderson athlete not only has to pass back our friend here in Jack, but he does have to come around and pass our Finley and pass our Williams House person. He's putting up a fight, but that's what
it's
he had to
unfortunate
do.
that he is so far behind. I think that he would have had something to offer in this 4x4 intermediate boys race. Oh, this is Sowanje. Ah, yes, this is Sowanje Haksha. He is one of three brothers who are performing exceptionally well here for athletics team. His brother Shakil, his senior brothers Shakil and Shakil are seniors, and you would see them pretty soon in the 4x4 because I know they're gonna put on a show here for us.
So it runs in the blood.
It runs in the blood, literally. And he's finishing with
you caught the joke.
With such good sportsmanship, he is striding in.
He's not giving up, and I must applaud him I must applaud him for that.
And that was the 4x4 intermediate or class 2 boys event. We're going to see up next the senior girls 4x4 event. And I want to see who's going to take this one. I know that they have Alicia Guy Kolzak in Finley House, and she is a superb sprinter. She's mostly known for her 100 and 200 meters. I want to see how she's going to perform here in the 400 meter, because I know she has a lot of heart and she's not going to let up too easily. And the 4x4 senior girl race has started. It seems as though Williams has sat this one out, Ty. I don't think that's quite smart, you know, unless, of course, it was in the interest of the athletes.
It could have been that. It's been a pretty long day. I see Alicia is coming around the corner there to take over from Jack House, and she's pushing, and that seems to be the case there. I think Alicia is actually a well-seasoned athlete as well.
Yes, she is.
I remember in my time at Bethel, she was performing pretty well, and I think she does this on a national level, or she trains with a club.
Yes, I am not quite familiar with the name of the club at the moment. It may have slipped me, but yeah, she has been looking exceptional over the past 5 years. She has been consistent, one of our star athletes.
And you can see that she's actually been training the body physique as
well.
Yes,
her physique is athletic.
Demonstrates
very,
that, yes.
very, she looks very athletic. And Jovisa is begging her to give her the baton. I wish they could have captured that.
Is this going to be the takeover we've been longing to see?
I think this is a close one, because Natalia is known to give a very good 400 meter. Jovisa started off quite quickly there. I hope she's able to maintain. The Anderson athlete just passed over her baton.
It looks as though she has an injury, though. I probably would not have advised her to run with a knee brace.
I don't think it's a knee brace, you know. I think it's probably a cut. I'm not sure what it is, but it doesn't look like it's quite up on her knee. But I think it's quite smart to have her participate still, because automatically she's going to place third, if nothing else. And that's what, 12, 14 points?
Perhaps. I would have been, for me, I'm more concerned about her
health. And I can
well-being.
agree with that, definitely. It seems as though Jovisa is maintaining her lead, and Natalia is looking quite comfortably. I feel as though she has a lot more to give. What do you think? Based on the way that they're running.
She's running out of juice.
And Natalia seems very, very comfortable, in my opinion. But she's just maintaining that one particular speed. And they're about to change over. I can't quite see the athletes from here.